Good evening, everybody. BlueStacks is currently updating. 70%. Let's see here. Ventus, Dog, Lugia, Beth, Wisen. Install on next boot. Yeah, we can install it on the next boot. We don't need to do it right now. Pretty sure this game runs perfectly okay without that. Jason, Jake, Ran, Shrep. No, what normally happens is when they tell you you're hacked is that there's, like, they're trying to get malware onto your system. It doesn't mean that you've actually been hacked. There will be pop-ups that say you've been hacked when you haven't actually been hacked. It's a sleazy fucking way people can get your you know, to get their software onto your computer, which then really will hack you. And that's obviously a bigger problem. JB, like I said, I trapped Vanessa. Paisano. Loban Booper. Polo guy. New haircut for me? No. I got this last Friday. So I guess if the last stream you watched was the last Apollo Justice stream, then yes, this would still be a new cut, but it's almost a week old now. You got the arm separately? What kind of arm did you get? See, I got a, like, mine. Like, I have two. So I have two Yetis. One actually came as part of the Yeti caster, which gives you the arm, the mic, and the shock thing, whatever it's called. And one reason I got this is, like, the shock thing and the arm together was about as much as you paid. You pay for them plus basically a free mic, because I think that you get like something like $100 value or something crazy like that. But the reason I did this because the Yeti's a huge mic, and I worry that the weight is going to be a problem. But I guess we'll see. Hey Keith, thank you so much for the $4.99, dude. Caught the stream live from the beginning. Woo! All right. We haven't done this in a week, so I hope you guys are excited. But yeah, just make sure that whatever arm that you're getting, Paisano, like you test it immediately. If it's not a Yeti arm, to make sure that the mic is going to be fine with it, because the Yetis are bigger than most mics that you'll find, at least when it comes to streaming. Feels like that's loud. Oh yeah, I didn't lower the volume. Aha! I will save your ears from my incompetence. There we go. Okay, that's correct. I think we're meeting the mute, right?
I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible.
You said that already.
Maki, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you.
Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night. What is that? Light bulb, light bulb, leaf, scissors, torch, Goat or ram? Scissors, leaf. Musical note. Ladybug. Arrow? Question mark. Egyptian hieroglyphics. Goat. Scarab. Water. Fish. Bowing down to you on my knees. Huh? Water, scissors, arrow, leaf, Egyptian hieroglyphics, goat, water droplet, squid, thing, or jellyfish. So, I don't know. Hadouken, thing, question mark? Water, ladybug, scarab, question mark? Tree, scissors, on my knees, tree, fish, exclamation point. That was when I realized how tough it would be. A little kid like this. The country's so far from everything he's ever known.
Maybe Lamroir can help.
But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him?
Well, what are we gonna do?
That's a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. And hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Water, question mark, scissors? That's all I had to go through to get to the next part of the chapter. Should have just did that last time. I thought it was going to be a whole nother thing. Court is now in session for, how do I say that? Maki Tobaye, Your Honor. The pixie of the arpeggio. That how that's pronounced? Right, his trial. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-OK here, Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No. Actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in a hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending?
She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Fuck that bullshit. Doesn't matter what you have on your schedule. Your work takes precedence, you dipshit. It's inexcusable. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement briefly. You're not here, Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Romaine Lettuce. Age 35. 35? Oh. How unfortunate. The global manager for diva songstress Lamroir. Cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. 45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight, death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering. 2 shots were fired. One missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall of the scene. Observe the diagram.
This is where the bullets hit.
I see. The court accepts this evidence. We're talking about a .45 caliber revolver. We must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Really?
Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples.
As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door.
That does seem to be the case, yes.
However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. Tell you about you and Emma, huh?
Do I need to go over again why that's a horrendous idea for Apollo to be representing him? Oh, I think he looked like he was at least mid-40s, maybe pushing 50. I think Adamsky said it wasn't that it's impossible, it's just very, very, very unlikely.
What's interesting, though, is that we heard the shot and, like, immediately got into the room, didn't we? So, like, he must have suffered a lot of blood loss, like, immediately. Because, in theory, wouldn't we have been able to at least, like, cover it and try to hold it until paramedics got there and gave him some more time? Of course, we did nothing because we're Apollo Justice, and we just sit there and go, oh, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Just a guy dying in front of me. I've done this before. Whereas Phoenix would have been like, give me everything I need. I'm going to try to save this patient. I will save this patient. Y'all didn't know, but Phoenix Wright is the next protagonist for the next Trauma Center game. Yes, Tequila, there is. So it's not the same, but there are. I'll give you an example. So, like someone that I know that had a really bad shoulder injury due to the kickback of a gun. Now it wasn't a handgun, but it's something with a similar power to a .45 Magnum. Because those things are huge. Like you might think of a normal handgun, like a Glock or something like that, but .45 Magnum, first of all, they're fucking huge. The bullets are huge. They're really powerful guns. Apparently my wife once shot a shotgun, and no matter what type of like get ready for this, and this is how you're supposed to do it, whatever, trying to get it with perfect form, she still fucked her shoulder up when she shot it. Because that's like, if you're just not trained in it, doesn't matter how hard you try, you're more likely to hurt yourself. Yo, what's up, Chris? Maybe he's on blood thinners. Yeah, I mean, it could have punctured the artery, but it's just the way that Clavier made it sound. His description of it, I think, is misleading, because he's like, the body was not seriously harmed, so he didn't die immediately. I think that's a really bad way of putting it, because if your major artery is struck, I would say that's serious bodily harm. So I think it's just a matter of him describing it poorly. Because it's a game! Oh, Arsbridge. It's the fact that Apollo was the only person to hear Mrs. Lettuce's last words. Yes! But you know what's gonna happen? He's just gonna be like, I happen to hear the last words, and this is what he said. And if I'm Clavier, I go, that's fucking hearsay. You absolutely cannot use that evidence in this courtroom. Though if I'm Apollo, I retort with, well, it's not, what I'm saying is not, it's not the truth of the matter asserted. That's not what it's necessarily going for, because the last words were him saying talk to the witness as opposed to this person killed me. So it actually probably would fall under the hearsay rule. I'm just bringing it up because if I'm Clavier, I'd do it anyways. And this game, I would be surprised if the game actually addresses that, because from what I understand, hearsay in Japan is much looser than it is in the United States. And for those that don't know, just need a quick refresher, hearsay is when you say that someone else told you something. So it's like the third, like you are then conveying what someone else told you to a judge or a jury or whatever. And the reason why it's considered very bad is when you, part of the rights that you have, especially in criminal trials in the United States, is the right to confront those who would testify against you. And hearsay would be a very easy way to get around that, because you'd be like, oh, well, this person said this. And like, if that person's not there, you have no ability to cross-examine them and ask them directly if they said it. So you're just gonna go off of what the other witness said, and that's a lot more difficult to do. So that's why the rule exists. Please do not disrespect the judge. The judge disrespects himself. I don't even have to do it. Yeah, you'd think Emma could have taken more action than she did. Yeah, it's probably a mistranslation issue, but in any case, what he's saying is incorrect, or I think it's a very poor description. Nice, Chris. Got that bread, though. Well, I'm going to make a little distinction for you, Paisano. First of all, your job isn't making YouTube videos. Your job is only making YouTube videos if you're actually getting money for it. If you're not getting money for it, or very little amount of money, it's not a job, it's a hobby. Because you're doing it for pleasure in most circumstances. So you cannot look at it as a job yet. A job is something where you put in the work and you get paid for that work. That's not happening with YouTube yet. Like with what we get paid, it's still not a job. It's a hobby. Correct. That would be hearsay, though there is a very specific, there's something that addresses that situation very specifically. I wonder if I can remember the name of it. I thought they referred to it in a specific way. Does 11037 count as hearsay? No, because in theory,
that's what she did it, and everybody could see it. So, like, if you took a picture of it on the wall and you presented it in court, I'm not sure. It can't count as direct testimony, obviously, because she's dead. But I mean, that's all up to you. Everybody's situation is different. My parents made me get a job at 16. What trial is this? Is trial 3? Did I think that did anything to help me? No. I don't think it added anything to my life other than a few $100s more than I would have had that I really just used on like junk food most of the time. But I mean, was it bad? No. I just don't think it. I think some people overrate the importance of getting a job early. They just assume that because they did it, it means that we should do it. And that's always a very poor line of reasoning. Hey, come with me. Right, the photo would be evidence. Yeah, I can't find what I was looking for, but yeah, I mean, that is like textbook, you're saying. Yeah, I feel you there. You can do things to minimize your exposure, though. Like, just as an example, think of like the DoorDash, Grubhub situations. You walk into a restaurant, you grab something, you leave. You're not really there for that long, and then you just go and drop it. Now, like 99% of people don't request somebody to hand the food to them. If you do that still, I honestly think you're a jackass. Just pay attention to your fucking notifications on your phone, and you'll see when the shit gets delivered, because they're very good at letting you know when that happens. Oh, but I need the food handed. No, the fuck you don't. God, you are not better than other people just because I think that we should still meet face to face. Fuck you. Like, that type of attitude's so fucking bullshit to me. Sorry, I went off on a little tangent there, but I know people like that, and it irritates the shit out of me. Anyways, most people just say, leave it at my door. You leave it at the door, drive away. So your interaction with people for one of those like delivery services is very minimal. Very minimal. Stream's good. I mean, we haven't been going all that long yet. Alright, yet when the witness entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Exactly, this murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person. That is, of course, the defendant, Maki Tobaye. But only this could stop saying the D as a C. Only this defendant could have committed the crime, but how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Let the witness please take the stand. Your name and profession, please. Emma Sky. I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. I don't even think she looks tired. She just looks aloof. Like she doesn't give a shit about what's going on. Yeah, while generally a movie theater job would be a nice, like, chill job, it would be problematic. I'd be surprised if any movie theater was hiring, because they all have to be losing money right now. Kevins and Karens. No, Chads. Those aren't Chads. Chads are just the dude who's like, we're like, oh yeah, hey, you fucking beta cuck, I fucked your wife. I fucking just, what, God, like that sort of just gets me worked up, because they're like just the worst. They're the fucking worst. You can be a Chad and not a complete douchebag, but if you're a Chad, there's the implication that you're at least a little douchebag. Because that's part of the personality, is being a douchebag. It's just a matter of, are you caustic with it or not? Is she worse than Gumshoe? At her job, no. I don't know about being a witness. I think that depends on where you are, though. Like, here the theaters are dead. Like, just dead. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know? I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. All right. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with the blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene. That door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. I don't get it. How can they say that Maki did it? Looks like we need a bit more information. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. Yo, what's up, Easy? Yeah, Chad's, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He is the dick. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was a detective doing on security detail, might I ask? It was only a concert. My thoughts exactly, but orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say, the stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys, that whole morning? No, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show, I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this, Prosecutor Gavin? If your keys were in the victim's hands, that makes you a prime suspect. Love, slow acting, and new atroquinine. Atroquinine? I don't know what that word is waiting for you. He's singing something. Who responds to a murder accusation with a song? I guess him. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert.
I was like a sailor adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen. So I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task. I see. I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean with time on my hands? Please, the testimony. We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. That's irrelevant. I gave the Fräulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Gee, great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. So no other outsiders were there then. And then... I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting. I was eating snackers. Hey, no snacking in the court. And you're sure the shots came from Lamoire's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Like, I love how the game's pointing out how ridiculous it is that Apollo is essentially giving testimony in the middle of a cross-examination, because it is ridiculous. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Ka-tunk. Oh, thanks. So, how about it, Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that. Please, either talk or eat, not both at the same time. Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. No, before you ask, no, you would not be allowed to eat during the hearing. Big no-no. Rock? Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? Rock and roll music that has been popular for like 40 years, Your Honor. Yes, 50 years. 40 years at this point. A little before that, right? That's right. When we went into the dressing room, music was blurring over the speakers on the wall. It piped sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. You can drink water. Judges generally won't give you shit for drinking water. For a couple reasons. One, it helps to relax. If you're like, especially if you're a witness and you're having like trouble, one of the first things the judge will do is offer, like, would you like some water? Because it gives them a chance to stop, just drink the water, collect their thoughts, try to calm down. And as an attorney, as a witness too, and as an attorney, it's expected, given the amount of time that you're talking, that you might become parched and need to take a sip of water. So water is never a problem. But they generally won't allow you to bring your own water in. Most courtrooms should at least have their own water cooler with their own cups and stuff. And that's done mostly so that they don't allow foreign substances into the courts. Because, you know, could be bringing something else that isn't water into the court. The judge is 1,000 years old, so I suppose like a 40-year time span for him is like a matter of 4 years for us. I guess I just assumed that it was wrapped because that's what they do in Japan. I don't know what a snack was supposed to be though. I thought was it like jerky? Like small jerky? But yes, it could be potentially very gross. What if it's for medical purposes? If you got special permission from the judge ahead of time, then yes, it would be fine. And I'm sure judges would be I can't see why a judge would deny it if there's a legitimate medical reason. I think judges would do what they can to make sure that people are comfortable. They just don't want to make it like an open rule that everyone can do it.
What would happen if someone did eat in court? The judge would stop everyone's testimony and everybody talking and say, do not eat in my courtroom. And if you kept doing it, then he could rule you in contempt of court and fucking get you arrested. I don't know if that's ever happened, though. Trail mix? That makes sense, too. In which case, what did she throw at him, though? Like a sesame stick? Is that the equivalent, whatever she did, the equivalent to a sesame stick? You thought they'd taste like the candy Twix? Well, I would think they'd definitely be wrapped then. Yeah, I don't know. I think all of us have different ideas of what a snackoo is. Correct, Sarah. You might be able to get away with it, but keep in mind that courtrooms are very quiet. So if there's any moment of silence and you're crunching on something, people are gonna hear you. There's generally at least two bailiffs. There will normally be one by the judge, and then there's normally one by the exit. So regardless of where you are sitting in the gallery, it would be likely that one of them would be sort of near you, and if they heard it, they'd probably come and try to confiscate your food. That's probably the first thing they would do. Even if the judge doesn't call it out specifically, the bailiff might take the initiative and do it. Yeah, Jake's right. It is very hard. But yeah, like I said, Ventus, if you have a legitimate medical issue, you still need to let the judge know ahead of time. Is the best practice. Otherwise, you're going to cause a delay because then you're going to have to explain the situation. Then the judge is going to be less likely to grant you. You know, but if you're just a part of the gallery, the judge might just determine that you're a distraction. Even with your low blood sugar, you're only in the gallery. You don't need to be here necessarily. You can go outside and eat if you need to eat. Well, they would snatch your candy cigarettes because whether it's candy or a cigarette, you're not supposed to have them in your mouth in the courtroom. A dessert covered with chocolate. So it'd be more like Paisano said, we're like a Twix. In which case I would think they'd be wrapped. Being a bailiff isn't too hard of a job until there's actually a shooting in the court. Which there was a shooting in the courthouse I was to, I think. I primarily went to. So yeah, it's all well and good until it actually happens, right? But otherwise, yeah, it's pretty chill. They just kind of have to make sure things are orderly. Is that what it is, Easy? I would agree. I thought it was more of a salty than a sweet, personally. It's an Inno-gear. Yeah, as long as it's recommended, it's fine. I just think that some people buy any mic arm assuming that it's going to work with the Yeti, and then suddenly it keeps drooping and drooping and drooping. They're like, why? Well, you got a weak mic arm, that's why. But I'm sure I know there's more than one that'll work. Just, as long as you made sure that you, like, check the reviews or see if it's recommended for it. Because, it's such a popular mic, so you should be able to find some information as to whether an arm is going to be good or bad for a Blue Yeti. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gavineers with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitor at full volume. When we walked in the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. If you could hear the music playing. Then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself.
Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So, how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent. Ah. But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Scheisse. Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child? Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant... I'm sorry, what? How do you pronounce that word? Arpeggio? Arpeggio? The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime, except when you caught him. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Herr Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What evidence? Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that had been recently opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Maki Tabaye's fingerprints. What? Order, order, order! The air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Herr Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Ugh. Anyone could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whipping it up on the audience. This was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. Prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way through that door in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. Ugh. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit. I'm sure the Chief Justice will greatly appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. It can't be over already. This is not, these pieces of evidence together are not good enough for him to be so confident. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. The defense has no contradicting evidence. The prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it'd better be clear and plain. Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. We better come up with something quick. I know. Think, what can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Maki is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that, Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you better tell us about it now. This is it. It's so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. Okay, so it's either a witness, in which case we could call Lamrar, right? I don't even know what we have in terms of evidence. Let's see. something on the back here. A pin, right? Two shots here. You know, all what they talked about didn't actually address why he had the keys. That's still very strange. Hey, Lon. God, she's 40? My gut reaction is to call Amrar. Wait. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. He's blind, isn't he? How the fuck would he have known? How would he be able to shoot him? That seems like pretty contradicting evidence. The defense is prepared to show contradicting evidence. This should be interesting. What sort of evidence? Yes, what sort of evidence? Mr. Justice. Show us evidence contradicting the prosecution's claims. We don't have any evidence that actually does that. This? I think I'm supposed to call a witness, but I might as well give this a try while I'm here. This evidence does more than contradict, it flips the whole case on its head. Thank you for presenting evidence that is both clear and plain as requested. Yes, clearly and plainly wrong. I'm afraid the only thing flipped on its head was you as a child, Mr. Justice. I guess that wasn't it. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor and on my million-seller hit song, Atroquinine. Atroquinine. What a weird word. My love. There he goes again. That's too bad because there was a witness.
Ho ho, really now? But how did you come to possess the knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Well, this is where it gets a little awkward. Because I'm the only one in the world who knows this. I don't think that's meant to be funny, but that's so hilariously stupid. Think of the amount of times you've had arguments with somebody and they're just like, well, wait, how? How do you know? Because I'm the only person that knows. Because I know and you don't. This is hilariously dumb. Yeah, exactly. The defense calls my cell. No, that's bad. Yeah, I mean my intuition was right. I just accidentally pressed the. I wanted to go to evidence again. Instead, I clicked show evidence like a dumb. What? The victim said this before he died. Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what his forehead says he did. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. I'm so glad somebody finally brought that up. But it's the truth, he said it. I even told you about it. Oh, that just makes it even, that just makes it fact then. But apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. All of your health bar. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for? There's no backing out now. Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. Lamroir? Recall what Mr. Lettuce's last words. Siren, aha! He meant the siren. That's right, the siren of the ballad, Lamroir. Lamroir was only on stage for the second set. She had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There is no witness to this crime. Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lamroir to the witness stand. Lamroir would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. Source. Just trust me. The best source. Can the attorney be a witness in a real trial? Yes, he can. Or she. And that's part of the problem with the attorney being a representing anybody in a case in which the attorney is a witness. That's a huge problem. There are exceptions that can allow that to happen, but I guarantee you no judge is going to be happy about it. And that will generally only happen in very small jurisdictions where there's just a limited amount of people available. Hey, Tara. They did. It's the same judge. I mean, Apollo's logic is fine. The problem is that it's not a valid explanation in a court of law. Because trust me. That's why hearsay isn't a thing that's allowed. Again, though, in Japan, hearsay is a little different than it is here.
I mean, not 100%, but it's close. Like, yeah, I get why the game has this situation happening. As the player, it makes you feel more involved instead of, you know, the other cases you're sort of removed. I just heard about everything that happened. Whereas here, you're actually there, and it's more compelling narratively. The problem is that in practice, it would almost never fly. Oh, is she moving? That she's laying down. They're asking about you. Is why you looked over here? He's so tired. He had an active day before the snow came. It is snowing stuff like a motherfucker outside. Today marked the 5th year of which we have had her. Got her right after she hit 2 months. It is my It is my distinct honor to welcome the Siren of the Ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind. Ah, you can speak English? Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it. What does she mean she doesn't know? I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. She'd be detrimental to my case. I mean, what's that? Namrar suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? Namrar is not my true name. Yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Oh, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer Namrar, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I do not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. Well, when it comes to a person's life on the line, they're gonna have to fucking deal with it. Like, that sort of excuse is not sufficient at all. I see. I should say for an adult. A child, maybe. Judges don't like seeing children testify on the stand, but that's different. It is expected that adults are able to handle their stress a lot better. I care surprisingly little about people's... Why did he say it like that? What? I mean, I feel like it's such a dick thing to say. I'm sure he's gonna follow it up with "but in this circumstance, blah blah blah." Just the way he said this is really funny. I care surprisingly little about people's past. You have nothing to fear in this court, Namrar. Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Namrar, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify, yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo, you're the bad guy. Well, if she had just answered my goddamn questions in the first place, maybe I wouldn't have had to have called her up here, but she wanted to be a little prick about it, so instead, here we are. You think I feel bad? No. Don't ugh, like shrug. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. You got a new chair. I think I'm gonna get a Secret Labs chair. I saw that you could make monthly payments, which would be great. So I don't have to just drop like $500 for one. And then this will be my work chair. I did actually buy my new monitor.
that Autumn suggested ricochet. Apparently a parrot has been, or a bird or something had been a witness before. In some case. Would that normally happen? No. But apparently it's not impossible. Yeah, unfortunately my hair does not lend itself to the horns. It'd be much more fun if it did. $163 including shipping is not bad. I thought there was one where a parrot was called. But maybe I'm mistaken, and it was that it was considered but not ultimately executed. Probably not the right word to talk about in a murder trial, right?
As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was when I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I don't talk about Afro Twain. Yeah, you're right, Easy. Which I do think is absolute bullshit, but it's the way it is. So that's the way you got to do it. What's considered professional is such a it's a human construct. That means nothing, really. It means absolutely nothing. It only means the value that we place on it. Which, again, in the grand scheme of things, is meaningless. Especially since, at one point, formal wear was considered to wear a white wig. And they still do that in England, mind you. But if you wore a white wig in an American courtroom, the judge would think you were making a mockery of the court. So... and that tells you it's all bullshit anyways. I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying. I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining here longer than need be.
Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Ugh. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. Lamar wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. Parrot in an audio recording, that would make sense. Because getting a parrot to testify is stupid. However, just having a parrot in an audio recording, like, during the event itself, that would make sense. It's simply reacting to what it's seeing, right? A Murder in Michigan in 2017. Did they actually use it, or did they just decide not to use it? Wait, Nicholas, you're in Michigan, right? Is that the trial you were on? I thought you said you were in Michigan. I don't know if I'm misremembering that. But you must have seen something.
Mr. Lettuce named you.
Mr. Lettuce, how can I tell you what I do not know?
Lamrar, he said you were a witness with his dying words.
I do not know what he meant to say, but that night...
Oh, that's right. You're in Pennsylvania. That's right. Who told me they were in Michigan? Somebody else told me they were in Michigan. I don't know why. Michigan. That's right. You told me you were in Pitt.
The Steel City.
Or is it the City of Steel? Badass, and either way, so. Considered but decided not to. I'm assuming the absurdity of it probably played a part in that. He's probably worried about appealing, saying, why the fuck was a parrot allowed to present actual testimony? It was a great concert.
You heard me sing? Thank you.
I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually.
Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. One on my gavel would be nice. Herr Judge, what's this? It's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving. What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy. Apparently, his grandson is a big fan. Let us continue, shall we? If you would, Lamroar. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance. That was all stupid and worthless. Comedically, it wasn't worthless, obviously, but I'm looking at it from, hey, let's solve this case perspective. You did not return backstage once? Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing.
And was Maki with you at the time?
Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Maki. Hey Mandarin, what's up? Hey, let's play gamer. Doing good, how about you? Don't forget the L6! Don't forget the L6! Yeah, most of my cases were those cases as well, because they dealt with children. And many times when there's children involved, those records are sealed. I mean, everything in our juvenile system is marked as sealed unless requested to open. It's like an automatic thing. The request to seal doesn't actually have to happen. It just happens. Two Twain, one head. Could watch. Would watch. I can't read today. That's basically every day, though. Maki, correct? How was he then?
He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Lettuce's death. Yet, he is not the type to show much emotion.
Yes, he's given police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing. The questioning hasn't gotten very far. Well, if he doesn't understand the fucking language, how is he supposed to be? You have a translator? Did you provide him with a translator? Probably not. That would be required.
He sat there waiting.
How was the incident explained to you?
I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Lettuce died.
Of course, investigations require some security.
But Mr. Lettuce was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Maki and I were beside ourselves with concern.
Allow me to apologize, but please understand, keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you. I think you're full of shit, and I'd kick you in the nuts if I were her.
Yes, I understand.
But of course, she's a much better person than I am, so... Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony? It's hard to imagine Lamrar lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me that night of the murder? Okay. I don't think we had a... Nope. Didn't have like a Twitch or something. Okay, this actually outlines the details, interestingly enough. The brooch might go here. I'm sorry, Lamrar, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not?
Why, that's Lamrar's. She was wearing it for a song.
Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin?
What?
This brooch was found after the murder took place. The very scene of the crime.
What?
Lamrar, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Oh, she's not Melina underneath. Well, that's good to know. That was funny. That was pretty funny. What is the meaning of this? Lamrar, please explain. Lamrar? She says, English is quite difficult. That trick's not gonna work here.
Do re mi fa sol la ti do. Do re mi fa sol la ti do.
Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now?
Do re mi fa sol la ti do.
In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. How would I overlook a fact I didn't know?
Do re mi fa sol la. Do re mi fa sol la ti do. Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak.
Okay. If you're curious, no, Mr. Gavin would not be allowed to do the translation. You would need a certified translator to come in and provide the said translation.
Twenty likes, which is 175.
That's it's true sometimes, Nicholas, but not all the time. Depends on what court you're going to. I was never searched, ever. And, well, so the county in which I practiced the most had two courts. It had the main courthouse, and it had the juvenile courthouse. The main courthouse, you'd go through a metal detector. The juvenile courthouse had a metal detector, but it never worked in all the years I was there. So you were never checked for anything. Until finally, like I mentioned earlier, there was a gun and shooting involved in a case, which I was not there for, but I know one of the attorneys that was there, and she said it was fucking terrifying. So then they went back to using the metal detector for about a month, and then again they stopped using it.
Depends on how loose the cord is. Has any moment in the series so far broke your suspense of disbelief? The entirety of the series, including the first 3 games? Yes. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but there's been situations where I'm like, I can't suspend my disbelief here. This is utterly ridiculous. I would have to go back and look at my footage, because I mean, we played through many hours of these games so far. You should feel sorry. I felt sorry for him. Somebody there could have been seriously hurt because they have a metal detector they just don't use.
P.S. Apollo sucks in his dumb, and I hate his hair, and he's banned from attending all future companies because he's dumb and stupid.
Is she really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred. Ah, is she talking about that? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Oh wait, I'm not fucking.
I looked into the room, just a glance, mind you.
So this was when your brooch dropped. That seems unlikely. That explains that. No, it doesn't.
It does. There is no other time I could have dropped it.
But that's ridiculous. He's right. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch?
Their forehead. He has raised the possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
So she looked in at the scene of the crime.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. The moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Their forehead shouting, "Who's there?" No doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Ugh.
I closed the door immediately.
Yeah, the other county where I practiced, which is the biggest city in the state, had biggest county and city in the state. You definitely had to go through metal detectors every time you went in there. That was like a no. You weren't getting around that one. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamrar, you did look into the room, though, right?
Yes.
Testify as to what you saw.
Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses.
But apparently enough of a glimpse for you to actually have dropped your brooch somehow. What did you see in that brief glimpse?
I had only opened the door slightly when I heard that horrible voice.
And shut the door. I've always wondered, Hefforehead, does that voice of yours lack a volume knob? It is my cords of steel, man. Just back off. Looky here. Look at what we got here. A wall? Is there a wall there?
Doremi is what in English?
A division or partition, I believe. It was a large dressing room divided in 2 halves. The murder took place in the inside half. I guess that partition might have hidden the body. Wait. How do we... Was it... Oh, it's just perceive, right? I had to press perceive to freeze it. Can actually see through her. Damn, Apollo, you got some X-ray vision, dog. Gotcha. Nope, I didn't mean to do that. You may have seen the world, but I've seen in your heart. You were flustered during your testimony just now.
I do not understand what it is you're saying. Perhaps this is a joke and you're clicking? It doesn't seem very flustered to me, Apollo.
Look harder. Find that weak spot. I forget how to get it to restart. The late Mr. Lettuce's body, you say?
Yes?
You know something more about Mr. Lettuce's death than you are saying.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes.
It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Lettuce have to be shot?
One moment, Lamrar.
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Lettuce have to be shot?
Yes?
She was hiding something, I knew it. Lamar, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
Eh? How could that be?
Take this! Lamar contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it. What? The brooch? What did she... I mean, she said she saw nothing, and yet she knew he was shot, but she could have heard that later. The gun itself? I'm actually not sure. Because if it's just the fact that he got shot, you can show that it contradicts through this, and this. But she could have figured out that he got shot later, so I feel like that's not really all that compelling. Yeah, she's right. I don't think any of this is all that good, though. I guess I'll have to see the... The brooch? Nope. Why did Mr. Lettuce have to be shot? I should probably save, huh?
Is it just more basic than I'm giving it credit for?
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
What is it? I missed something? You know what? I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna reset it, because then I can get all my health back. I hate having to be on one hit point. Yeah, there we go. Why did he have to be shot? It gotta be this. I don't know why this would be it. Is it the keys? I don't see what the game is getting at here. Is it this? Tell me, Lamrar, how did you know he had been shot?
Well,
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Lettuce had been shot. How could you have known? That's kind of flimsy. She said she wasn't told, as far as I understood the context of her statement, it's that she didn't know, she had not known of anything that had happened there because she had been removed from the situation, not that she still hadn't heard about anything that was going on. And even with the gag order, I mean, with that being, she being a potential person of interest? It also means she wouldn't have been in the gallery, which that makes sense. Where was she then? Because if he wasn't going to use her as a witness, why would he have her there in the courtroom at all? Or in the courthouse at all? They made it seem like she was very readily accessible. But maybe they just said it too casually. It makes sense if everything is followed to the letter. But I guess we just have to assume that's what happened.
That would have actually been funnier, Adams. You use the badge for the memes. Lamb Raw, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope. That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
Now that I remember, please allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. This won't this won't impeach you at all. We'll just ignore that you didn't tell the truth to begin with. And that makes you so much more untrustworthy now. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so.
Could have been me. I did drop 200 frames. Not a lot, but it's something.
I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Letts had been shot.
Only a glimpse, yet you knew there were bullet holes.
Yes, I recognized them immediately. I've seen bullet holes before, you know.
You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country.
I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days.
That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lamar someday. I plan on recording my next album overseas. Their studios have a different sound, you know. Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour, too. Oh, fuck. That's the wrong thing.
She would have had to have seen the bullet holes, like, outside and not through the door.
Lamar, they call you the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. God, I hate when they do this. A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Agreed, Trucy. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can I be cool for once? It's not cool, you're being a dickhead. When he does it, he's a dickhead too. Observe the diagram, and it doesn't actually add anything to your case. Lamar, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct?
Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were in the wall the door is on. You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes.
Yo!
Lamar,
Yes.
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw?
Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Borginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing.
Shut up. Only an idiot would believe that. But she knew how Mr. Whatever the fuck his last name died. He named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamrar. Very well. Lamrar, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall. I was on the way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person. I know it was.
So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say?
Ach, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Herr Forehead.
Very well, Herr. Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination.
Where going, Apollo? You're right about Lamrar. What's wrong? You don't look too happy.
This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. Didn't you say you could only see through that thing a crack? She made it seem like she was full-blown, had her head through there. So you were heading toward the dressing room?
Yes.
This is a little before she opened the dressing room and dropped her brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots.
I was on my way back.
What exactly is something like a little window?
Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think it is how it is said, yes?
You need not worry, Lamar. Your choice of word is impeccable. Here's a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail? That little window on the wall.
I saw the crime from there.
Now, see, this is interesting. Because if you're Apollo, you're like, do you have anything to rebut her words? She said she saw it. She said it wasn't my client. It's kind of hard to mix up Maki with a grown-up. Unless it was a vertically challenged grown-up. So I think we're done here as far as my client goes.
But of course, this is Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. So this is not what happens.
You're certain you heard 2 shots fired?
Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This is when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That was when I heard the second gunshots much closer.
And there were 2 bullet holes at the scene. No contradiction so far.
What happened on the other side of that window? There's nothing I could do.
True story? It wasn't Maki who shot. Are you sure?
Yes, quite certain.
It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is a testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object? Yeah, Paolo, what were you thinking? Trucy, let's just listen to what Lamar has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure?
Yes, of course. You see.
Okay, so yes, I wouldn't necessarily follow it up. There is some logic to doing that. If you want her to create testimony that more so solidifies how it could not be your client, the problem is you're also inviting something that would cast further doubt on what she said. And the other problem is that prior games have established that what matters the most is the truth. And so even if you don't, if you don't actually, press her further, you might miss something because the game wants you to do that. Because when you're Phoenix, you literally fucked yourself as Phoenix once, and you had to do that. The game required you to do it, which is still one of the stupidest things I've seen in this series. Why would you ever put yourself in that situation?
I was a grown person, I know it was.
A grown person? That's a little vague.
I'm sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
I mean, I couldn't see whether he had a penis or not, if that's what you're implying, but I think it was a man, a young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
So you
Heard a voice, but wait. So, couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Lettuce? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Lettuce who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is a good testimony. It proves it wasn't Maki.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast the case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony?
Like this. He's basically telling you, you know, if this testimony turns out to be correct, I'm probably gonna find your client innocent. What do you think, defense attorney? What should we do here? And I'm like, roses. Let's do this. Let's move along. We are done here. Scoop them up. Yeah, I've made mention of that several times, Nicholas. It's very, very different. It's actually annoying how it works to watch how this works. Yo, what's up, Trep? Nothing super. Well, we have Lamar on the stand. That's about it. And this game is now wanting me to fuck over testimony that is good to my client because this game makes you do stupid things like these games make you do stupid things like that. They lead you to believe that the most important thing about a trial and being a defense attorney is finding out the truth. That is incorrect. The thing that is most important is zealously representing and defending your clients. Defending in the case of your criminal trials. This would not be doing that. Yeah, direct, cross, redirect, recross. Damn, the first John Wick movie was still as expensive as the third John Wick movie? It's their uniform. So, here's what I would do. I would say, it's pretty good, and let the judge go about his preconceived notions to get my client found innocent. But that's not what the game wants. The game wants you to go in further and you be the investigator, and actually not be a defense attorney, but instead just be an investigator that proves whom it was. Again, we've mentioned this before, it sort of turns Phoenix into a pseudo-prosecutor, Apollo in this circumstance, but that's what they've done with Phoenix too, which is also incorrect. He doesn't need to find out who did it for the court. All he has to figure out is whether or not his client did it. So, I'm gonna press this, and I'm not going to be happy about it. Though it pains me to say this, because this is literally going against my code of ethics as being an attorney, there's something about Lamar's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Heffohead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lamar has to be lying. I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. Is as Herr Forehead says. Yet, this is not the only contradiction within a testimony. We talk about the window? She shouldn't have been able to see barely anything through that window. What's next? What's he talking about? Lamroy, I understand why you would want to protect Maki. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad. And lies do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean? Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? Recall the state of the crime scene quite well.
The state of the room? Oh, it was closed in general. So, like, how would she have been able to open it from that side? Or open or close it, for that matter. It could have been open, but how would she have closed it?
Yes, and when the murder took place,
That window was closed.
find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it.
That's not impossible, but yeah, that's sus for sure.
What? But I'm sure. Namor, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
But she's the only eyewitness we have. And now you're defending her credibility? Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Whatever.
So you say, and the victim named her the Siren as the witness? That's right, that's what Mr. Lettuce... We heard your claim, we even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Here, Judge.
Yes?
The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's... Why? We're the one who called the witness, not the prosecution. Now you're worried about impeachment and credibility?
There is indeed a...
I need to take a moment.
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
Sorry about that. I had to go through a 3-step process. Step 1, clean my ears out to make sure that I actually heard what I myself said just now. Because I was hoping
Jesus fucking, are you kidding me?
I had misheard myself. Then I had to pour myself some cherry mead to deal with the rest of this garbage. Then I thought my dog wanted to go outside. Turns out she just wanted to play in the snow. So, like, nope, get back in. All right, have a good one, Beth. Thanks for hanging. Oh, God. Oh, I already have my mini mallet. I can't use it right now because the amount of time I would actually bang this would probably wake my wife up. So, we're just gonna leave that. Man, if I had a body like John Cena, I would. I don't have a pillow, though. Oh, I got an idea. Hold on. Let me grab one of these. Like so. Can you see? Yeah, okay, you can see it now. That's a good one, Jake. My dog ran. I heard my dog run upstairs. Oh, I scared her. It would definitely break. Yeah, that's a very fair way of letting out stress. Oh, God. All right, we're going to deal with this. Despite how narratively ridiculous it is for this to now suddenly be an issue, whereas over the course of 3 1/4 worth of games, it has never been an issue. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. But if Lanoir can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Maki's innocence. This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case. Danke. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Wait, let me hear Lanoir's testimony one last time. The cross-examination is already over, even though I can clearly reopen it as I have before in several cases involving your employer, Phoenix Wright, until such a time as a need arises. This witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance.
Danke. Danke. That's just thank you in German, right? Alright, later, Paisano.
Donkey Kang. Donkey Kong.
It's interesting. You know what this is? You know what this game is reminding me of so far? The new Star Wars movies. The characters, or you call it the acting, the characters themselves are very good and very interesting. The directing of what's all happening is also very good. But the writing is utter garbage. Except for Case 1. Case 1 was really fucking good. I love Case 1. Case 1's so awesome. But Case 2, like, Case 2 was fine in terms of, like, again, because it balances out between what's good and what's bad. This case, on the other hand, so far the writing is just, ugh. Yeah, after 6 in cross-examination, it's crazy how inconsistent it is. Yeah, most judges wouldn't. Well, because most judges wouldn't just listen to what Clavier said. Oh, I think we're done with this witness. Like, it was his witness. That's how he approached that. And the judge was like, yes, I'd have to agree. It is your witness after all. And it's like, no, that's not his fucking no, it's my witness. You should be directing your attention to me. Now, the defense could object to things, you know, there being impeachment, which in here doesn't exist, or just the continued relevancy of what's being asked, or something they feel like something's being repeated. Sure, but they would actually have to argue that, other than him just saying, oh, I think we're done here because of impeachment. Oh wait, now we can do that in this game. I see. It didn't happen all those other times earlier, but now it's a problem. Okay. It's not just the logic of the case. It's like in this situation. This isn't necessarily a problem with the logic of the case. It's a problem of inconsistent, the narrative itself is not following its precedents, its rules that it established before. The writing completely ignores that. Thought some of the fight scenes had bad direction. I thought they were fine. They had better direction than any of the original Star Wars fight scenes had. Well, actually, it's not true. The Vader and Luke fights are really good. They were just different from, say, the Obi-Wan and Anakin fight, which was pure finesse. Because the Anakin and Darth Vader fights were pure power and emotion. But both are good, just good in different ways. Except for that whole force motion thing where Obi-Wan and Anakin are just spinning their lightsabers, not touching each other for no reason, and then they're like, oh, they're powering up their force abilities or some bullshit. And I'm like, that's not a thing. Shut up. That's not a fucking thing. That was a dumb thing to add, and it should never have been there. I actually thought the fight between, like, Finn and Kylo was really good. Now you can argue the writing of that's dumb. Like, why would Finn be able to stand up to Kylo fucking Ren? But I thought the scene, the fight itself was still really good and compelling.
At last, back to the real trial. Ready here, forehead?
I hope I didn't just miss my only chance by questioning testimony that would have been beneficial to me.
Fräulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me. What do you mean rudely interrupted? It was you that was like, we're done here, Herr Judge. And the judge is like, I believe so, unless the defense has anything to rebuke what was saying. Just, ugh, God.
I dislike saying the same things twice. I never repeat a song for an encore.
You would, Miss Scott. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Lettuce's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it. That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have had a difficult time. You sure would. Not that you had been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions of our killer is the defendant.
A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
She does state a clear case. Though reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances again?
Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre.
She's right. Why did Mr. Lettuce's body disappear from the room and end up on top of that stage tower, holding a guitar no less?
A perceptive observation, Herr Judge.
Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough, you get a nose for these things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself.
Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer?
Who was also unconscious next to the body, I guess? I believe Maki stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lanoir's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Maki practically left his signature at the scene. All the evidence clearly points to the defendant. That is not actually for her to postulate. So I would object to that last statement. Lanoir's song? Unless he's asking, well, I suppose if he's asking her as an expert witness, which she is, I suppose, but I'd still have a problem with that. Like, just the way she said it was...
Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not?
The only thing I can think of is the perspective is so weird in that the gallery has this weird like incline where it's like it's an incline but not really, because it's if I remember correctly, are there 2 levels to the gallery, like chairs one row and then chairs behind that, like, and the front wall is so high as to obscure all of their faces. It would be very strange though. It's code?
All the evidence that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held on to so tightly were stolen.
Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Lettuce's life was taken by a bullet.
The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale, as it were.
Hey, you know I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting the songs, but killing the songs, that's just nonsense.
It's a wild world out there, Herr Judge.
Yeah, the judge would probably know more than you. Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next, the cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. Who would steal a body just to match some lyrics? I didn't believe it myself, but it just can't be a coincidence.
It is as Fraulein Detective says. Let us begin with the first verse, if you would, Fraulein Detective.
Is it Fraulein or Fräulein? What? You want me to sing it? You are the witness, yeah? Or did you want me to sing? I warn you, my fee as vocalist is not trivial. You can't charge him for this. Fine. Let's look at the first part of the lyrics, shall we? When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. Indeed, my favorite heart-shaped keyring was stolen that morning. Next, we go to the right page of the lyric sheet, where we find, burning on in my heart, fire burn my love away, all away. As we know, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar bursts into flame. Just one flame, not flames. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Mr. Lettuce's life was taken by a bullet. Bravo, Fräulein Detective, you'll sing.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Jeez.
Now for the finale. Let it rip. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. As it says in the lyrics, Mr. Lettuce was found with a guitar high in the sky over the stage. Sky is a relative term, I guess. No series of coincidences could be so well conceived. He's right. Scientifically speaking, actually, no, we're not here for your expert scientific advice. We're here for your investigative advice as a police detective, not a scientist or forensic scientist as you wish to be so badly.
Glad I started drinking on that line.
What would Walkie have said? That concert was whack.
It's hard to argue when she pours her heart out into it like that.
Anyway, the shooter. Does the prosecution have any idea why you do all this? You want my scientific opinion? No, we don't, because you're not an expert in okay, fine, whatever. No clue. But he clearly had a reason to go through all that trouble. Some deep reason. A deep reason? Not only did he steal my keys, he torched my guitar. Unforgivable acts even if he had a reason. And worse if he had none. The diva's complaints aside, I can't imagine someone doing this on just a whim. Fräulein Detective, I take... Indeed, shut your mouth. It does seem too well rehearsed, shall we say. Hey, Tomek, how's it going? If the murder? Are you talking about the murder or the trial itself? Yes, this crime was planned for sure. But Mr. Lettuce spoke English. He may have come to this country before. I looked into that, I assure you. Oh. It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he learned English on his own. Great. You see, no one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion. That's not necessary. I'm not sure you can say that so conclusively. There could be a foreigner who was in the country that had a motive to kill him. That assumption seems to only take into account the people that lived here and thus had no prior dealings with him, could have had no prior dealings with him. That doesn't take into account people that could indeed be from his own country and had met him before.
Like the murder itself?
My initial thought, but this, I'm not sure this could have worked either. My initial thought was that somebody shot him through the window And that's why there's 2 bullet holes against the opposite side of the opposite wall. Like, they knew he was going to be there, or they waited there until he was in view, and they shot twice through that little slit opening. But I guess if they did that, I would have to know whether the window could be closed from the outside, because it was then closed. Because then that's a way where the person could have escaped without needing to have been in the room, because he got shot and fell forward. Now, the shot from a .45 Magnum blast, I have to believe there was a kind of a throwaway line that the judge said earlier that it might be enough to knock a man off his feet. If it's enough to knock a man off his feet, you have to believe that it's because of the momentum of the bullet so powerful that it would push you backwards if you had been shot through the front, right? He was shot in the back because he fell forward. If the impact indeed caused him to fall. Because he could have just gotten shot and stood there and then wobbled and then fell forward. But the other issue with that logic is, it depending on how far he could have opened the window, how does the gun get in there? Because if it opens entirely, the way that Apollo and Trucy made it seem was that you could only get like a little small, like it was one of those windows that only opened up like part way, like not even the full width of or full length of the window. So if you could open it full length, then obviously you could toss the gun in there. If you could only lift it a little bit, I'm not sure how you would have gotten the gun to that location. Like, because it was like in front of his body. I assume to make it look like he had been shot from the front. I don't believe anybody went through the vent. Yeah, that's a good point too. In which they keep hammering home that point about how strong that thing is, right? Especially with why 2 shots? Did he miss the first time? Because if he hit him twice, that wound would have been a lot bigger than what we saw. And then steal the body of a huge 34-year-old. Yeah, there's no. I feel like they're ignoring this so far, but maybe we might address it by the end of this cross-examination. How would Maki have done that? Yeah, and then Maki is blind and was able to shoot that gigantic gun without issue because he's been well trained, which is another thing they keep saying. It has to have something to do with that strange dude we keep seeing, right? But is he a red herring as to him being the murderer, or maybe he knows who the real murderer is? It's got to be one of those two, right? Otherwise, why is he there? Just to have someone else be there? No one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion. It does seem difficult to imagine, unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt. What did you say? Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song? Now, this... Oh my god, I can't believe it. That's nothing for the crowd if I got fucking hype about it. Of course not, and I'm quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music. You're even in my textbook at school. What textbook? You take like a music class with a textbook? Because at 15, I was not doing that. I'd never heard of them. What does that say about me? I was just kidding. Don't get all worked up, Glimmer Boy. Miss Sky, this is not the place to just be joking willy-nilly. Signature? What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. And that means what exactly? Okay, but this is here's another interesting question. If he missed the first time, you would have thought, because we heard how quickly somebody had enough time to say something in between the two shots, right? I think it was it Emma? Or was it me? Is it Emma or is it Apollo? Somebody had enough time to say something, I'm pretty sure, in between the two shots. Which you would think, if there was that much time between the two shots, that he would have had time to turn around. Or was he just... It's less likely they just didn't notice, especially given it as a 45 caliber Magnum. But no, he still got shot in the back. So I guess what probably happened is he got shot in the back, was falling forward. They tried to shoot him again just to ensure that he was going to die right away, but missed the second time. That, I think, makes more sense than the other way. That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very, assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious.
Maki, he can't see. That's why he missed.
But he still hit him in the shoulder, right by the, like, kind of close to the heart. That would be very impressive for a blind person to be able to do. No, it's not the only explanation that makes sense. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That's just such a stupid plan, though. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think justice. What do I do now? Yeah, exactly. They could have just missed. Not because the shooter was blind. People miss. Yeah, did you ever watch? She obviously has not watched Pulp Fiction. The 06 incident? Yeah, there were two, right? And then the shooter also turned out to be in a place that was initially not suspected to be possible. Or at least not as an actual, you know. Yeah, it's not because there's a heavy recoil to this ridiculously hard to control gun. It's because he was blind. So he was blind with a gun that's ridiculously hard to handle and was still able to shoot him in the shoulder. With music blaring. From the... Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. That doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Let me count the reasons. Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? The shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon. Why, it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Maki Tobaye, as you can see, is tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. That kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. Haha, take that, smug prosecution.
Apollo?
Huh? What?
That bit about Maki being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of,
admitting that he did it? Oh. Does not matter why you missed. What matters is that the shooter was without a doubt the defendant. At least that time is not one that you, like, were knowingly walking into. it's Apollo being an idiot, but not one where it's like you're doing the wrong thing in the game, but the game's like, hey, you got to do this to proceed. But I mean, that's funny.
Even the defense seems to agree on that point.
Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time.
But let's get the facts of the matter on the record, if you would, Fraulein Detective.
Very well. The witness will add to his or her testimony. Right. You can't say he was blind just because of those bullets in the hole. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se. Huh? Well, of course it's not proof per se.
You've merely raised a possibility.
In fact, nothing here. Has there been anything that's proof per se of anything anybody's alleging?
Fraulein Detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there's more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vents.
But wait, if he was blind, how would he have known about the air vent in the first place?
Ah, very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you would care to explain. Certainly seems sure of himself.
Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vents. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Maki Tobaye. Wait, they were told about air duct maintenance specifically? Generally, that's not what happens. Okay. He would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that stepladder. But why is this the first time I'm hearing about this?
You could have figured it out for yourself.
No, you just don't assume that people had been told something that people normally wouldn't have been told earlier in the day. That's asinine.
You only need to consider what the stepladder was doing there.
This Lightning Defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder.
Well, there for him? Out of ammunition, perhaps?
Never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Well, that and it has to do with his performance. I think that's making him aggressive.
Oh, don't you have anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place.
Proving the shooter was sighted would do. It would take down one of their central points. Yeah. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though?
I've got just the thing, hopefully. Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge.
As I knew you would, Herr Forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because he or she couldn't see. Therefore, Maki, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see.
My glass over.
No, yeah, JB hasn't played anything. He's just guessing. Him, Ventus, a few other people. Easy. If they say anything, they're just trying to guess. Yeah, he just went around looking for stepladders, knew that there'd be an air duct that he could climb into. Not to mention, most maintenance crews don't have a stepladder for every room. How does he know that that room was the one they left the stepladder in? What is this going to be a part of? Oh, it's a pretty picture, though. Wait. Can he speak English? He definitely can't read English. How would he have known what the lyrics said? I mean, also would have been impressive for him to get around to all of this. Yeah, she could have. I mean, that's what I would have done. I just feel like it's odd for him to have understood it so well to then want to recreate it. You know what I mean? That would be a bit weird. But I agree that, I mean, if you're her, you should explain it to him, right? So he understands what type of emotion he's supposed to be putting into his music. It doesn't seem to scale. I mean, this is just... I'm not sure that overturns anything, Mr. Justice. It's not bad evidence, it's just not what they were looking for. Because, like, dude, for him to have moved around that dressing room as a blind person would have been very impressive. That's interesting. They don't just have me retry it. So it's entirely possible that we don't have the evidence we need yet. And we need something else. Like, how would he have moved the body? How the fuck could he have moved that body? Are you kidding me? He's tiny and blind. But you can't just present a logical argument like that. Dude, what are you talking about? I'm toxic about cases that are bad. Yeah, it sucks that you can't. Why would they take that out, that you can't use a profile to present? That makes perfect sense here. Instead, it's just a reference point. I mean, I get what you're saying, JB, but I don't have a problem with people criticizing the game as long as you're not criticizing someone else's opinion of the game, like you're attacking another chatter. If you're not doing that, I really don't care. In terms of, you know, your opinion of the game, you say what you want. But I understand where you're coming from. Right. When you start attacking each other, that's what creates toxic fandoms. That's what happens in Smash. Apparently that might be what happens in Danganronpa. I haven't really seen that, but I have seen that much more to a small degree, lightly speaking. I've seen it happen several more times in playing those games than in these games. Because nobody's like, Maya sucks. Maya's your waifu, she sucks. Everybody's like, nah, I mean, she's not my waifu, but Maya's cool. Like, nobody's gonna, you know what I mean? It just doesn't, the game doesn't actually set itself up to have that sort of situation. All right, the killer had to have done something that a blind person could not have done. Shot him in the shoulder with a .45 caliber Magnum. I think we're done with this, but yeah. I mean, all right, I do want to know something. I have a question very limited in scope. So you guys can answer this. When it comes to this particular statement, can I present evidence that will work on this statement, or do I have to go into the press and then get to the same point we were at before in order for the game to properly register the evidence? Have a good night, Tara. I love Smash too, but the community's ridiculously terrible. Part of the reason I couldn't stream it every week anymore. Just the randos that were coming were just irritating to deal with. And then we started doing the member streams, which were a lot of fun. When you just got a group of people that you really enjoy playing with, it's a fantastic game. I already did that today. A lot of why I retired Smash and Mario Maker 2. Yeah, Mario Maker 2 is another one. I could see that. I've only streamed it the one time, but I could get why you face some irritation with that game. Yeah, they're all good waifus. They're all good waifus. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have accepted this case. You have to use... Okay, so you guys think I probably should do it through pressing. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Because, like, technically you're rebuking you're rebutting the same thing she's saying, which is that the shooter was blind. So it should, in theory, work either way. But I think the game wants you to go through the pressing motions again. That's why I was curious, because I didn't want to just like keep doing it there, which would have been more convenient if that's not actually how it worked. Because it's weird that they just don't let you try again. Like, we have to go through this every single time? Like, this is a lot. So, let's just save this, because I don't want to fucking... Oh, but that's right, I can't just reload. This is what my gut was originally telling me. I'm gonna give this a try. Nope. Nope. And then we have to do it all over again. So the game's probably going along the lines of, yeah, it's... Oops. This is what leads me to believe that it's not even, it doesn't have anything to do with either of these statements. But I don't know, this is too intense to, I don't know. Part of the reason I'm looking at it this way is because none of this evidence is super obvious. Could prove that he could see. This would be it if it was anything. I don't get how any of this other stuff would apply. Like, at all. This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. And perhaps you best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. They erased the smut. They smudged it, right? The contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstains. I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head. Much like a gesture I have seen many times in court. It's almost as if he wrote something.
I get it. At least I think I get it.
Get what, Fraulein?
When Mr. Lettuce was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write in it but his own blood? Pretty good, huh?
Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. And that does seem to be a distinct possibility. I think that also rebuts the he shot from outside. the window, at least, argument, because he would have had to have gotten inside, then smeared it, and then still been able to leave. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion.
Drat. I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I.
No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this? You agree that this was the victim making attempts to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Lettuce was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait. Once he saw what it was... But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Ah! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant he was blind. He couldn't have been able to see the shooter. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impressive! Is that what she said? I actually didn't see what she said. Impossible? Impressive? Order, Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up till now...
Seems I owe the court an apology.
Oh god, here we go.
The Gaviniers are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner.
I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here.
Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us.
Because that's what happens all the time in these fucking games.
Let's rock!
With these documents, but before that, I have a question for Fraulein Detective, if I may. What? Tell me, why do you think that Makitoe is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course? He's the blind pianist, right? I knew this fucking happened. Oh, he's actually not blind. So he's... Doesn't Lamar leave him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Makitoe. According to this, Makitoe can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. But you said... No, it's objection. I want to see that evidence. I've not seen that evidence. What evidence are you showing that proves that he can see?
What did I say exactly? Therefore, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did that was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes? Consider, Makitoe sees. He was the only one who could have fled through the air vents. I see no problems with this.
What about the bullet holes in the wall?
Yes, the bullet holes. I believe the had neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It's a kickback from the 45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words.
Ugh. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins here, Forehead. Yeah. Yo, what's up, dog? It was a tarp. Yep. But apparently in Japan, discovery rules are way different, and it's so annoying to see. I would hate to have to practice in that jurisdiction. Good lord. Jackbox can be toxic because there are a lot of people, just ask Lightgazer, a lot of people like to go on to streams and just use racial slurs because they think they're edgy. I'll move that, Sarah. Dog Brothers. No, well, okay, so it's not necessarily the prosecution's stance, though. Just because your witness says something doesn't mean that is your official argument. Many times a witness will say something that you do not want them to say, but that doesn't make it your stance, right? Trials are slightly different in England as well. That was my understanding. I know a little bit about, I know more about civil trials than criminal trials in England. Because I wrote an article on some differences and how their courts look at things. Done a little research, but yeah, not a ton. I've done way more on Japan since starting these games. You did waste a lot of time. That is true. I think that might be the biggest issue, is that he knowingly allowed a lot of time to be wasted. Dog's not here, and yet he is. Is this the Schrodinger's cat situation? Oh, she should have been informed. I agree with that. Yeah, right? They're heroes. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief?
Yeah, apologize.
Oh, sorry.
That's not a way to apologize.
He's angered the trucy now. Look out. If we can please end the bickering now. Whatever, I'm not leaving. Can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that. Ha. What? This bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes? You might be able to find out what was really written there. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. Called Lumino. It's a plot device for this game. Is this actually a thing that exists? Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Ah, yes. Have we done those tests yet? As if I'm going to tell you. Bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Right, go for it, Apollo. Huh? I have to do the test? That's a legitimate question. You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Yeah, he could fuck it up. I have no idea what he's doing. The chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. It does exist. Okay. Yeah, I've never ever had to deal with luminol before, or in a case, or just secondhand. Just never had to deal with it or heard of it. Well, she has access to it as a detective, right? How cool would it be if lawyers are detectives? Fuck that. Detectives can be detectives. I don't need both jobs. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Right? Ready. It's easy as pie. Just touch the screen to spray an area. Here, give it a try.
The eyes of the entire court are focused on me.
Oh, your hand's shaking.
God, let's do this. That. Wow, it really works. And this means fucking nothing.
This must be the power of science.
It says IPXX314206.
That doesn't mean anything upside down. This is not a 11037 sort of situation.
Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot, I have it.
So what is it?
I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number.
Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency?
Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number?
Why would Mr. Lettuce even know a number like that?
Good show, Fräulein Detective. Rock on.
Huh?
Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. That looks like a toxic username.
The more X's you have, the better gamer you are. Well, I feel like what they know about Japan's legal system is what a lot of people in the US know about the American legal system, which is like what they see on TV, which isn't at all a good representation of what actually happens. Hello, by the way, Garlic. Welcome. But I also assume that this was an exaggeration of it still for the sake of fun narrative, right? I've never seen Detective Conan. Probably something I should watch. Rise from the Ashes? Oh, God. In case. I wouldn't necessarily say that's true, Nicholas. I don't think that proves that. The system itself could be heavily slanted against defendants. It's not the same as it is here. Thousand episodes? Yeah, never mind. Nope. Because if the system's slanted against them, it doesn't matter how smart you are, you're just less likely to win. But I don't know. I don't know all of their rules of criminal procedure. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into the Interpol ID number. Oh, sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecutor's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent. Oh wait, I know. What if Maki Toei is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. A possibility, yes, and one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Mr. Lettuce know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we wait Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? Curious mystery concerning Maki Toei.
What are you talking about?
Well, Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began.
Of course you did.
It seemed too much of a bother to tell you.
You had me until that last part.
Does this not raise a rather straightforward question?
Well, sure. Why did Maki pretend he couldn't see?
Exactly. It makes little sense. You think here, Forehead?
Huh? Me?
Maki Toei pretended he was blind. You know why?
How could he know?
Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he?
He's known that from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time.
Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? At the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing.
There's a reason why Maki Toei pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now?
It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness?
I don't fucking know.
I get no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be.
Did show it, Forehead. It seems you've thought of something.
Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well. Look at this. This is why he pretended he couldn't see. I still don't fucking know. Oh, that's right. That is Lamoir? Lamoir and Maki Toei. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lamoir and our pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand, and when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times. Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed. Maki could see. Why do they have to keep up this act the whole time? It wasn't part of their performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Maki did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Aha! Really? Really, it was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamoir. What's this? So you mean to say that Lamoir she's... Yes, Your Honor. Lamoir is blind. What? How'd she get into the courtroom then? Did she get led by the hand? Order! This is crazy. Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain this time. He's quite correct.
But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something?
Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamoir herself? I believe she's still in the witness waiting room.
Paulo, what does this mean for our case?
Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now.
Burden of proof. Hey, Volpe, what's up? Yeah, I still don't know how they're able to prove that Maki could use the gun even once without dislocating his shoulder. And if that happened, what makes it likely that he was able to fire the gun again? Bad workplace. No, I mean, it's not the store's fault that that happened. It might be the store's problem that it happened on their property. Drop 50% of all cases they receive and only take the most certain ones. Is that a high number? I don't know if that's a high number, but I mean, American prosecutors do that a lot. They generally aren't going to take a case unless they are really sure they're going to succeed, or they're getting political pressure to do so. Well, yeah, of course there are cases that are won every day. Even if the percentage is 99%, that means out of 100 cases, there's still one case out of those 100 in which the defense attorney is victorious. Throughout the entirety of Japan, yeah, I could see there being 100 cases and one person getting it. So that's not really saying much. What we need to know is just what the percentage is, what the numbers look like. Just saying it happens every day isn't especially helpful. It's okay, Volpe. A lot of people have been here the whole time and don't understand what's happening. I guess the thing, Adam, is that obviously guilty criminals is a relative term, right? It's a relative phrase, I should say, because the American system does it the same way. It's just that the American system is different. It's not so slanted against the defendants. In fact, you could argue the defendant has the leg up in general because the innocent and proven until guilty puts all the pressure on the prosecution to make sure that they present their case precisely or convincingly enough. So, like, it's obviously guilty is something that doesn't necessarily compare in a 1-to-1 ratio country by country. No, I agree. I don't see how, like, we've admitted that the gun is incredibly hard to control, and this kid is a 14-year-old, like, frail little thing. And how would he have been able to shoot it a second time? Are you kidding me? Yeah, confessions don't happen during hearings. They're very rarely. She might be a witness for more foundational and background information, Ventus. just not necessarily on what really occurred that night. She could also give testimony as to what she heard. It's just whether, I'm not sure if that would be useful. Yeah, apparently no eye doctors were available to test eyesight until right before the trial started. 25 likes. It seems like... but that's kind of fucked up if you think about it. I think what happens, and this is just pure speculation, but I could see this as being a thing where because of the reputation of the prosecution, would the judges then be more predisposed to believe them just because they're like, well, if you hadn't, he wouldn't be guilty, and you know, if he were innocent, you wouldn't have brought this before me. Now, I don't know exactly if that has obviously any real application to what really happens, but I would be very worried about that, especially given the rates. Everyone is a complete idiot in this case. I guess at least everybody's an idiot equally. Bailiff, bring in Lamoire.
Lamoire, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf.
Those eyes, she really can't see, really?
It is true. How funny is it that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world?
So you are?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamoire. Know too that my memories began in darkness. Word light has no meaning for Lamoire.
I see.
You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial here for him.
What's that?
I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses.
Ah.
Now, Lamoire, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course, it was never my intent to deceive any of you, except that I have for many, 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 many years, apparently. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. And even though we discovered that you in fact are an even bigger liar than I assumed in the first place based on your prior impeachment, now that you have given us an even more gigantic lie, I am obviously ready to believe anything you are saying.
I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor.
That's all you need to know, Lope.
Lamoire.
Yes, smartly, I might add. Most cases. Some cases you should go the other way, but it makes sense why it happens very often.
I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see.
Oh yeah, because that matters more than a murder trial. Yeah, whatever.
I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would.
She told us the truth in the beginning when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine.
What is there left to ask?
There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me.
Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Oh, you mean like the last time I beat you in a trial? Last time. Or do we all have this really short-term memory? Like, well, I'm more, hey-yo! Very well. The defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask her about that and I'll be happy. It's a magic contract written in blood and forged with dark sorcery. I mean, she looks like she could be a mystical being.
Okay, well, she has no tell. How would the producer not have known? I guess I don't understand. Why did you have to pretend like you saw? There's only one thing we're supposed to press on, it sounds like. I think it's either one of these two. But no others? I don't know what evidence I would have to prove otherwise there. Although... how could Clavier have set something up with her on stage without him knowing that she was blind? That seems really dangerous. Roach might be done with, but I want to look at this again. When you say your staff, you include Mr. Lettuce?
Of course, he was my manager.
So he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. Do I think of when you discovered the body, yes?
Is he right, Apollo?
Yes, I was. I guess it explains that, but I notice when things fall off of me, like that were pinned. I mean, okay, so to be fair, this is a very traumatic situation, and I guess in that situation you would be much less likely to notice that it fell, right? But just because she's blind doesn't mean you wouldn't notice it. I feel things fall off of me and like hear it hit the ground, like. I don't remember if the music was still playing when she came into the room. That would have prevented her from hearing it hit the ground, but sometimes you can just feel the vibration of it hitting the ground, like the boo. They like showing this scene of the guy dying more than they like showing that scene of that woman hanging herself. Actually, no, they were really into that one. That was creepy. In 2-4. What did Nick say? About the witness? Are you talking about? Easy? About how we have to consider credibility for certain things? Not in this game. No, I mean, that might have happened, but I wasn't there to see it. No, that was in 2-4. Yeah, no, I mean, just think about it. It makes sense, right? Like, sometimes you just have to think about something clearly. Like, just think about it. If a person can't see, they are forced to rely upon their sight, their hearing, I should say, a lot more than we are. So they're much more likely to catch things that we did not catch if we were listening for them. It's just sort of a common sense thing, and there are some common sense things in law. You might not think so based on how law is written generally, but trust me, there actually is. It makes sense sometimes. But the court being independent and going based off of a prosecutor's reputation is a little different from the institution of how it works being what has a reputation. I think that's problematic. That's also true. In these games, the witness is credible until they've actually proven to be a murderer. Except for this one case where he's like, I don't know about her credibility. And I'm like, I actually want to take your own gavel and destroy you with it. Slowly and painfully. Right, yeah, it's not there's some super hearing sense that they have. It's just they're forced to rely on it more. So they're more likely to catch things than we will. Not because it's better, but because we have more senses that we have to worry about. We're just less likely to catch every single thing in our senses than someone who is lacking a sense. Mr. Lettuce told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind.
I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself.
Meaning what?
There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness, siren? We've heard them many times, along with the little play acting by our defense.
I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer.
I mean, what he said before that.
Before? What came before that?
Ugh!
That's right, he tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see.
Too bad the defense did not. Bail her forehead? Try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time.
Ugh! That face is so funny. Order, order. Can confirm I've never had that face in court because of something somebody said.
Recall Lamboir's earlier testimony.
Right, but it's like a may sort of thing, right? Like that could be the case. But what we do know for sure, without having to see if that person does or does not have heightened hearing, is that they are more likely to hear something that we are not. So we have to lend that credibility to them. Not that it can't happen, it's just it's easier to simply give them the credit for which someone of their affliction has to deal with. They sure do forget their grammar. Do I have a shock face? No. Normally I'm sitting there like this at the table. I got this from Gendo Ikari. Or I'll give the very unimpressed like. In either case, I'm as much as you guys might think I'm a huge like overreactionary, I'm very good at being stone-faced, having that poker face when I need to. No, this is just me speculating here, but wouldn't it also be a little harder for people with sight to read Braille simply because unconsciously or subconsciously, not unconsciously, subconsciously they don't need it? That's the psychologist of me talking. Oh yeah, I can have it in my head, for sure. Just not ever shown. Just by looking at it instead of touching it. But she couldn't have heard those. She couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Lettuce witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? Ah.
But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice.
Fortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. You can't hear things through a window? Are you fucking kidding me? This is a stretch. He's just stating it like it's fact. You've already run a simulation, of course. You've run a simulation with a blind person? Somehow I doubt that.
But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know in an instant.
Your Honor. What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation?
The Interpol number that Mr. Lettuce left us.
Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterwards. Detective Crescend, your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing.
Quick work as usual, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Roman Lettuce. What? Undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Lettuce himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation.
So when he wrote those letters,
why did I say his? He was trying to tell us his own identity. The cautious killer tried to wipe them away.
Mr. Lettuce was an undercover Interpol agent, so him being Lamoir's manager
was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to Roman Lettuce. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. The victim was an Interpol agent on undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything.
It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think.
Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescend. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out now.
Wait.
Lamoir, is something the matter?
That voice just now.
Darian?
Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was him? You aren't saying.
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Lettuce when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian.
Is this some kind of a joke? That was cool with the guitar. I like that. What? No way. The
courtroom fell into such a chaotic state that the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I've never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamar fingering Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been this voice Lamar heard? Things were changing really fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it.
Ain't no wimping out now, Apollo.
Holy shit! Yep, they stole. Yeah, that more doubt onto how it was even Maki in the first place. He stole the gun from a 35-year-old Interpol agent. Sure, we're done here. We're done here. Even if it's not Darian, it's not Maki. That is just so unbelievable. Give him a shark's voice? Like what? I don't even know what do sharks make noises? Well, see, that's why he suspended the proceedings, because he did have something more important to do. Oh no, we're in a state of chaos here. It looks like I'll have to suspend proceedings, unfortunately, so that I can go and do what it is I wanted to do in the first place instead. That's my point, though, is you're not necessarily actively thinking I don't need it. Sometimes that's just a thought that you're having that you don't realize that you're having. That would be subconscious. Unless you are actively thinking, I don't need this, but that's assuming that everyone who has done it is actively thinking that way. Yeah, we don't get cool sound effects.
No, Pearl's voice is more like this. Trucy's voice is more like this. It's a little deeper, a little raspier.
Yeah, that makes sense. You have a shock face like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, no. He literally is lying to you or is mixing his cases up. Yo, what's up, Possum? That makes sense. I could see that. Baby shark, do 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 do. Make me want to stab. Oh god. All right. See what happens. Ugh. Did he mention that? If he did, I didn't see it, thankfully. Well, that's what I mean, though. Even normal people will have a similarly difficult time because whether you are actively thinking it or it's subconscious, it makes it more difficult to learn. I'm assuming it makes it more difficult to learn. But we don't really have any way of measuring that. That was why it's just speculation and not something that can really be proven. Shaggy's voice? Ugh. I can't. Ugh. Ugh. He looks too... He doesn't look smooth, but he also doesn't look like he has that sort of jumpy voice.
Hey, Apollo.
What?
Well, you know, I'm actually nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not.
Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Not at 22, it's not.
Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking. You gave it a score. What score would you give it?
Score? G. I guess I would, or maybe, well, I'm just as bad as you.
See, it's so vague.
Clearly, Maki avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. He doesn't have to look like Shaggy to, like, for that voice to fit him, though. It just looks like he doesn't have that sort of zoink scoob sort of, you know, like, it just, that doesn't seem to fit him. And the victim, Mr. Lettuce, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. We don't have any idea what he was investigating.
Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Landmark told the whole court.
Are they assuming that when we get to the to be continued part, that we don't plan on playing this game for like 2 weeks? That just happened.
It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries.
I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around.
Father of the year. What? Is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will?
I wouldn't say that, but he's been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said.
Top secret?
Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine.
I can't help but think that Phoenix's whole Morpheus, you are the one, Neo, to Apollo isn't just, oh no, it isn't your ability to be able to see little minute details like that. It is your ability to watch over my child while I go take care of my business. Fine, right? Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate.
That's the spirit.
Well, like, okay, so even if I played until the to be continued, we stopped, and I came back tomorrow, that is literally something that just happened. You would have had to have gone several days without playing the game for that to make any sense. It just happened. And Trucy is Trinity? Oh, no. When Trucy is 18, she can be Trinity. But now, no. That's true. Phoenix is too OP, so they need to get rid of his presence somehow. Probably about 15-ish minutes, JB. Stop around 4 hours. I have some more work. There's a lot of work I want to get done this week. So then next week, if I get everything done that I want this week, next week's going to be much lighter and I can do a lot of channel work, assuming that no other cases come in. I mean, that's the thing. Again, this applies to Flame Enforcer too. If anybody that hasn't played the game, if they want to postulate, that's fine. As long as they legitimately haven't played the game. I don't have an issue with that. It's fine for chat to guess the same way that I'm guessing. Otherwise, they're just kind of keeping it in, and that's not as fun, right? You kind of want to speculate with people. I would say that is a very, very good guess, because I would not have expected that. But I guess I also didn't pay enough attention to what that smudge could have been. It's a little better than 2 out of 10. It's not a failing grade because his client wasn't found guilty. That means it's at least slightly, it's a D- at least. Do Goku Japanese voice? You want me to sound like a 5-year-old? I don't think you want that. Like, I totally get, like, pacing yourself with the game. I just think that even a day or two, or maybe even 3, and then showing that flashback is overkill. Next stream will be Saturday. Well, okay. Tell you guys the deal. It's going to be Friday or Saturday. And I'm going to tell you what to look out for. Because for me, it's going to be very obvious early on in the day on Friday. Thursday night is New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve, we always do a Final Fantasy VII speedrun. Final Fantasy speedruns generally are streams that generally last somewhere between 9 to 10 hours. Depending on how well the run's going. So I'm getting to bed at like 7. Or something like that. Yeah, probably like 6, because I'm going to try to start early, like 8. The earlier I'll be able to start, the better sleep I'll be able to get to then be able to stream on Friday. Because I would prefer to stream on Friday and then do like Genshin Impact on Saturday. But if I wake up and I'm fucking exhausted, and I will know right away that I'm fucking exhausted, the stream's going to be Saturday. So just look out for the, I'll put the preview up. So look out for the preview. If the preview does not show itself before like dinner time, my time. So like 6, we'll just say 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you don't see it before then, well, I'm dumb. We don't have to do it that way. On Friday, I will put the preview out for the stream. Just look at the date and you'll know exactly what day it is. It will be that night or it will be the next day. Just pay attention to the date. That'll be the easiest way to do it, because then I can put it up either way and then you'll just know whether it's Friday or Saturday. That fair? I have not reached the part that I think, this is not great so far, especially since there's less focus on main character development here. Like, it's not really developing any of the characters like the last trial did. Because everything like with Trucy and Apollo is basically the same as the last trial. And so because there's less focus on character development itself so far, it's less interesting. Michelangelo's voice? That's what I gave what's-his-face, though. I gave it to I've given that to a few people. I thought about it, but thought we'd just try something a little different. I've never done an Elvis voice. Twain dub whole Super Saiyajin 3 transformation, please. If I do the dub, I would prefer to do the ASMR dub. I go even further. Please, if you haven't seen that video, go watch it. It's fucking hysterical. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. But it'll bring a laugh. New Year's Eve is when I'm doing the speedrun stream, though. Thursday. Oh, that's sad. Leo? Oh, like Leonardo? I can't do Leo's voice. Hey, Mikey, I could do a Ralph, but I'd have to work on it a little bit, because he's more like surly, and I can do surly. Leo's is a little too, I don't know. I can't get his cadence down. Yes, Final Fantasy VII on Thursday, Volpe. Yeah, like I could get that. I gave what's-his-face that voice more prominently. Why can't I never remember his fucking name? The Two-Face, essentially. Like, literally, dude put back his hair and he was Two-Faced. The guy in 2-4, your client/villain. Yeah, maybe that's what it is it's not as defined as the others are. The others are way more, like, obvious how they are portrayed. Yeah, you could even say it's more like Johnny Bravo than
Elvis, because Johnny Bravo is just a take on that voice, right? But it's different still. Mad on Guard. God, I can never remember that fucking guy's name, and it's ridiculous. How do I forget that name? I take the stairs in the speedrun. Volpe, yes. I would not take it twice, though. That seems why. If I did Speed Racer's voice, though, we'd have to dub it. Maki may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect.
They don't have any decisive evidence.
Yeah, but only someone as smart as him could have gotten out of that room. Small, not smart. Big difference there.
Right, the air vent.
And he lied.
Lied?
Maki Tabaye can see. Yeah, they both did. Take your goddamn glasses off.
Ah, Maki.
Speak of the devil. That's a little harsh. Your client still, dude.
Looks like he's doing okay.
I forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything.
Words are overrated.
That's a quote for you.
Feelings are what matter, Apollo.
It's kind of hard to build up a court case based on feelings, but since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest.
You need someone to complain to, I'll listen.
Oh, look at that face. I think she's actually worried for me. Why did his sunglasses have that glare that went across the... never mind.
So, what'd you think of the trial today? Whew, glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial.
Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. He's not guilty, we win. Results-based orientation is a bad way to actually grow and become better at things.
No, if he's innocent, we win. Maki might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do.
Huh? Oh.
I'm glad Landwehr testified. What a great person. She even got Maki off the hook by naming another suspect.
He fucking knows English. Darian of the Gavineers. What the detective. I wonder if Maki knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow the trial at all, no one told him there's a new suspect. How would he know?
Hey, what is it, Apollo?
No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it.
Imagining what, Apollo?
Just I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know, Maki, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right?
How could he? He's a young Borginian. Borginian. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. That must mean he's a liar.
Maybe it's malfunctioning, or maybe it's not mystic at all, or it's scared because you keep making those "I'm so mad" faces.
Was I that bad? Maki lied about not being able to see, but what if that's not all he lied about?
You're curious about it. There's only one thing to do. You should ask him.
I think it'll take something big to get to him, some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Maki. All right, so we don't have what we need yet, so let's just leave. Wait, actually, we should probably talk to him first, just in case the game requires it, even though, narratively speaking, the game basically just told you, come back when you have this evidence.
So, Maki, you can see, right? Maki can see and Landwehr can't. The world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're going to get any information out of Maki. Which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it does. Just ask for a translator, god damn it. The not Magatama. He is actually worse than Waki if he knows English. I will agree with you there. Like, Maya's more useful than Trucy? I would say yes, because we've gotten a lot more of Maya being really good at her job. Trucy, we've only had 2 cases. Well, 3.
2.5, whatever. Cases of, so it's a little harder to compare them, but I guess we'll see what happens going forward. I like them both a lot. They're both like low S tier at least. Trucy's actually more enjoyable than I thought she would be. I mean, her job was constructively being your legal assistant. Not that I think she had an official title ever. Even then, she goes above and beyond what a legal assistant is in some respects and below a legal assistant in other respects. I'm pretty sure she doesn't do any paperwork for you. But she does help you investigate, so... Yeah, they do a good job of distinguishing the two. I think that was that's a huge thing. Because if she's just Maya, she's not interesting. Same thing with Emma. When we got Emma, I'm like, oh god, Emma's just gonna be another Maya. And then she was her own personality, and that was really good. I don't think they're really the same. Maybe she'll become more like Maya eventually, but I see their personalities as pretty different. I mean, they're both bubbly. But that doesn't mean every bubbly person is, every other bubbly person. That just isn't correct.
Ooh, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing.
The weather matters for an investigation?
Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days?
Sure. Let's get started, shall we?
Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo.
What stuff?
Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it.
I did enough at home, thanks.
Oh, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage.
I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer.
Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today.
Assuming that all lawyers are comfortable in the courtroom, I can assure you they're not.
Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout objection?
Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, right. So this is where we were. What's that creature there?
Well, that's the police mask.
Oh, God. Nope. 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 I didn't even notice. All I saw was the balloons. The Duff Blimp. We're done here.
Mr. Attorney.
Lamoire, I'm sorry about today.
There is nothing you need to apologize for. We're merely defending Maki.
Are you okay? Alone, I mean.
Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even while robbed of one, we get by. What does make being a witness rather difficult.
Thinking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. We weren't even talking.
It's the smell. For me, it would be the smell, not the footsteps. I can generally tell, like, somebody I'm acquainted with, at least, who it is by their smell. When I'm not stuffed up. When I'm stuffed up, that's worthless. But I'm either, like, super sensitive smell or, like, no smell at all.
I heard your footsteps several times the day before.
That's really good, though.
Oh, you must have great ears.
Ears that heard the crime taking place, or so she claimed yesterday. I think she pretty much just proved that her ears are fucking phenomenal. I cannot escape the blue badger. Oh, and I get that. If you're not a fan of her personality, it's not really gonna matter how useful she is. That's the case in any story. A character can be integral to what's happening, but if you don't like her personality, you won't see them as a great character, right? Or you just won't appreciate the other stuff that they bring because you're just like, they're fucking annoying. I mean, I think that's fair. Dressed up as her for Halloween in middle school. Oh, that's cool. I like her design a lot. It's like magician-y without being like too magician-y. Like what's his fuck from Big Top. So does that mean you can't taste either? I've always wondered that. I have a friend who, it's not that, I don't think that's what she is, but she has polyps in her nose that prevent her from smelling very well. Or just like breathing from her nose in general very well. And they also flare up tremendously, I guess, if she eats meat. So it's like she kind of has like a meat allergy in that way. So she's like a forced vegetarian, even though she really would prefer to be able to eat meat. And she can still taste though. But you can, I wonder if she makes very elaborate dishes, and I wonder if it's because she needs them to be elaborate in order for her to taste it well. I've never thought of asking her that. There's an actual legal assistant? Is it in the investigations game? That, I would guess I would automatically have a higher appreciation for that character because if they've written the legal assistant as what they perform their duties as a legal assistant should, that alone is going to be, my anxiety is going to go pretty far down, because to have that is invaluable. I suppose that makes sense. You don't really know, do you? It's because that's all you've known. So reduced. So your brother doesn't think they're gone entirely, just that the tastes seem to be understated for you. Max, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Oh, that's sad. Spicy food's the best because it's spicy. It sucks that you just feel the pain. When my wife had when she had COVID, we wanted to get spicy food. She wanted to get super spicy food just so that she could try to taste it. And we're already a spicy eating family, but she would like up it a bit just to get some flavor from the food she was eating. It also almost destroyed eggs for her because she's like, eggs without flavor, that texture, not fantastic. Not fantastic. When they're unable to recognize faces. That was in a movie, right? That's the first time I'd heard about that. Isn't it? Didn't somebody have that affliction in a movie, popular movie or show? Oh, what the fuck was that? But yeah, I had heard about that before. That is very interesting. I have a deviated septum, and I know it's I would probably have a lot of shit fixed if I got it fixed, but I also heard it's really painful. But my sister-in-law got it done recently and said it wasn't very painful at all for her. Fortune tellers? Fun. I don't believe a damn word they say, but the idea is fun.
Oh, the one that takes place, like, in the past, right? That's getting a localization very soon, according to the Capcom leak. Spicy sauces over spicy ingredients. I could see that. Prosopagnosia. Oh. No, actually, I purposefully left this here because... Yeah, that makes sense. That's unfortunate, though. Yeah, I would think you'd hate eggs then. I need to know this. Oh! So I didn't actually find it, but I found faces in the crowd, and the description reminded me of what it was. A horror this is Faces in the Crowd, 2011. A horror thriller centered on a woman living with face blindness after surviving a serial killer's attack. Face blindness, it was in the bad season of Arrested Development, season 4. Somebody there had face blindness. That's what I was thinking of. That's the first time I had heard of that affliction. All right, so yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this lullaby because I'm about to go to sleep. Not really. I'm gonna go work and then go to sleep, but I need to start winding my day down so that I can actually go to sleep. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, right. They're different, but they are intertwined to some degree. Because like otherwise, why would a stuffed nose affect your ability to taste? Because the stuffed nose it's not affecting your taste buds. It's all up here, and yet it's affecting what you can. It's like the combination of the two. I do not read the manga. I just don't read. It's not that I don't want to. It's just I don't have the time to read manga, and I know what the response to this is, but I because I've gotten it before when I've mentioned it. Reading manga is far more expensive than watching anime. But you could read the manga free online if you were to. I really don't like the idea of doing that. You know how much product you're pirating in that case, just because of how expensive an entire collection of manga would be. Like, I can't do it. Oh, I think he knows. I think we just need to figure out. We need a piece of evidence that proves that we know that he can. It's just stupid because he's actively hurting himself by not talking to us. She's already come out and said that she's blind and he's not. Might as well just come clean about everything. Yeah, so if you're reading like a shonen, how many volumes are you taking there? Like, that just seems like a lot. I don't know. It's for some people, they don't care, and that's, whatever. That's up to you. But I have a bit of a problem with that. Well, who are you responding to, Ventus? Give you guys. What are we still at 27 likes?
Did we hit 30? We did not hit 30. I cannot give more credits. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. Yeah, understood. Understood, Nick. I will, I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna be wrapping up here anyway, so feel free to head out. Again, just a reminder, look and see the date that the next stream is going to be on Friday. I will post the preview for it, and you'll see which day I'm going to stream this again. It's going to be either Friday or Saturday, but check that out, and you'll know which day I'm going to stream it. Otherwise, you might be confused. I haven't raided anybody in a while. Is there anybody to raid right now? We got some peeps here to raid, and I'm ending pretty early. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I have somebody. I haven't raided him in a long time. We are gonna raid Zombies Go Nom. Who's playing the thing in the woods? Bugsnacks, yeah. PS5 game. I think you can get on the PS4 too, maybe. Alright. So yep. I will be back. Not tomorrow. Not streaming tomorrow. Final Fantasy VII speedrun Thursday. KY's taking the week off because I had to hijack his Thursday. And then the next Apollo Justice stream will happen Friday or Saturday. So be ready for that. Okay? That works out for you guys. And yeah. Thank you for watching, everybody. This case is something. It's much more fun to experience this with all you guys, as opposed to just having to experience it myself, where I might just be throwing my gavel around. And thank you to Keith again for the $4.99 dono, much appreciated. Have a good one, everybody. I hope to see you next stream. Until then, easy.